Hello. How's everybody doing? How you doing? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's my ear. Okay. Really? Hi, Thong. No meaning tonight, so I can misbehave again. I decided to start early because, why not? I'm quickly going over a thing. But hi, hello, and welcome, everybody. How art thou today? We are here, and we're gonna do stuff. I'm gonna lower myself, though. I don't know why my chair keeps going all the way up. It makes it very weird angle for my neck. Just deleting a few things because I realize I'm not counting non-physical books in one of these things, and I definitely put these things in, and I shouldn't have. So we're fixing all mistakes. Okay, I think that's correct now. What's that one look like? Much better. Much better. Okay. Hello. We are here. We have our water. Patiently waiting for Iris. But I have started early, so Hala, I'm assuming we'll join at the usual time because I just was like, blah, blah, blah. I want to do stuff. YouTube changed the location of the emoji bubble button. Did they really? Oh, that's so good. That's so annoying. I hate that thing. It always cuts off whatever comment I'm trying to read. Yes. I don't know if you guys can hear. It is currently thundering outside. Oh. Down by the chat panel. Okay. Good. I love thunderstorms. I love them. I love them. And I'm so excited that we're finally getting into the season where they happen. It's very motivating for me to have a thunderstorm going on. I'm like, let's do stuff. I'm so ready to hunker down and work on whatever the spinner wheel tells me to. Like, I'm ready to read. I'm ready to craft. I'm ready to write. Charges me up. I don't know about y'all, but it charges me up because I want to do stuff. I've got a very big to-do list. Well, I do have a big TBR, but we're working on our wings. So I need to actually see if I've made enough for the second round of this. So our first sprint, I will be working on wings and listening to my audiobook. I know, I'm so jealous of all the thunderstorms. Colorado really sucks for thunderstorms. That's why I get even more hyped up. Because, I used to live in Minnesota. Weird thing. Minnesota has some pretty good storms. Pretty darn good storms. Japan, fantastic storms. Colorado, where I'm located in Colorado, not great. Not great. So, the forecast was storms and it's coming true. Where'd my bird go? Oh, she went under there. Okay. So anyway, we are listening to Neverwhere, which, I read it way back in high school because of the BBC series that came out that my sister loved, and she showed me before I read it. And I fell in love with the Marquis de Carabas. And then I read it. I don't think I read it well because I was a teenager and I did not read well as a teenager. So I'm rereading it now and going, okay, no, I remember how much I like this. Neverwhere, I've always said Neverwhere is my favorite Neil Gaiman. But I have felt doubt in that because of how long ago I read the book. Now I'm only 12% in, but I'm definitely remembering how much I love this. So Yeah, hail. Hail is a big problem for us. That's for sure. One day I actually sat outside of the Rockies and watched no fewer than 6 thunderclouds sprout up like toadstools. On one day, yeah. Yeah, July. It's weird because it's like it'll be very, very hot and we'll have a day where it's like a really good storm. So, but yeah, it's a bomb book technically because I wasn't counting books that I've like read all the way back then. Also, we have a tragedy on our hands. Would you like to know the sad, sad story of what happened to my right earbud? It's truly tragic. They're going to make a movie about it, probably a Lifetime movie about the tragic life of my right earbud. So yesterday, I got in my car. I was going to meet up with Tycho because we are going to go to this networking event at Independent Book Publishers Association. And they invited the SEPA people to join them for drinks and stuff. So we were going to go. Well, we did go. And I got in my car. And my sound system in my car is shit. It doesn't work. Well, the sound system it does, but the converter thing that I have, it's a little tape deck converter to hook into my iPhone. It's busted. Not the tape itself, but the internal stuff makes this horrible noise. So I can't use it anymore. So I've been just putting in one earbud to listen to my audiobook while I drive. And I went to put it in my ear and I dropped it. I went, oh, what happened? And there's my emergency brake. And apparently my emergency brake has this piece of like pleather that has a slit in it, for mobility. And it went through the slit. And then I looked and I'm like, okay, I can try to grab it. And I tried to grab it and my fingers knocked it and it went down into the deep, dark abyss of under my emergency brake. And it is no more. I don't know what happened to it. I can't reach that far in it. And so it is gone. A moment of silence. Okay, the moment's over. So now I only have a left earbud that I try to get into my right ear. So if somebody wants to send me new headphones. It's truly, truly devastating, Todd. Truly, truly devastating. So anyway. I will remember you. I'm fine. Just gonna roll some dice. Need your cue? 29 minutes for our first sprint of the night. These, I have to get better. I want the ones that are like, they don't go in your ear. I want those ones. So maybe this is a sign, even though I'm dead broke. I got paid today and immediately went away for rent. Cool. 29's our first opening sprint. There we go. Oh, let me get us other music. That's not this one. What should we do? This one? Yeah, we'll do this one. We'll do that. It's really boom, boom, booming. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's making me happy. I'm so happy. I hate that song, but I will sing it for the storm. I'm so happy. Base sport earbuds, they don't go into the ear canal and use sort of silicone spring to keep it in place. Yeah. Yeah. It's exciting. Okay. 29 minutes, y'all. Here we go. And 3, 2, 1, begin.
A voice off.
Bing, 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 bong, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong.
You started early.
I did. I was bored, and I'm like, fuck it, this is starting. Well, I'm now 20% done with Neverwhere. My actual TBR this month is finished.
Nice.
But I realized I cannot review the last one that I read because it's from Wednesday Books. And we're boycotting them right now. Them and St. Martin's Press for silencing authors of color and being dickbags about it.
It's always something.
It's been going on a while. It's like the accountability we're asking for as boycotters is very, very simple. It's just an actual apology and a promise not to do it again, which they have refused to do.
Because they probably won't not do it again.
Yep. So we're boycotting any other stuff. I'll still read what I have, but I am not reviewing it. That's the thing.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Hi, Jess.
Yes, Jess. Hello. Thog. Hello. Devin was here for a minute. Hello. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Pups are here.
Cool. Mambo's here. And it's thundering here.
We're supposed to be getting stores too. I don't know if we'll get it today though.
It's kind of it's like on the tail end now of it though. Like while during that sprint, it got pretty good. I also finished the second half of my one wing. I can now be a one-winged angel.
She has a sock, but it's a non-matching sock, so let her have it. Let her have it.
So,
Oh, you were allowed to have the sock. It's okay.
This wing is done now. Both sides.
Woo! Alright.
Mambo also really doesn't like my hot glue gun.
Anything crafty, Mambo hates it.
Mambo hates all
anti-craft.
Anti-scissors, anti-timer cube, anti-phone, anti-hot glue gun. Oh, Devin's still chilling. Cool. You're not set up in work mode. That's cool. Finish the first draft of book 2 tonight. Wonderful. Hell yeah. Watching the new TBR video. Yeah. You're going to join me on the KU Kindle Readathon. There's a Discord for it too, Jess. Actually, did I see you pop in it? I think I might have seen you possibly join.
Oh. We had all the Zooms. It's now time for sleep.
Yeah, you did. I'm waving to say hi. Oh, I said hi twice on accident.
Hi.
I wasn't sure if it was you, Jess, or like another random Jess. I don't know. Yeah, cool.
There is always that. Wait a minute. Is this the person I know?
You have a problem? What's your problem? Your gal. Oh, also fun. Oh, I have Discord for Sherzies.
Isn't it in the no, because the link keep like putting a new one.
I'll keep going. I will send you a new link. Here's a new link, Devin. That's my Discord. The one that Jess and I are talking about is a Discord for this reading challenge. It's hosted by Dusty Book Sniffers and Neva. So they're the hosts of that Discord. But hey, welcome. Welcome to the Discord. Oh, I just realized something. I fucked up. I just realized I fucked up. I got the proof copy of Make Life Meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what's wrong with it? That I just now realized.
What?
It's not glossy.
Oh. We did everything right, except
I messed up. But
the matte ones are like the velvety matte.
It's the velvety matte, but the rest of the series is gloss.
It's glossy. So that's like your copy.
Yeah. But I already put it in for review, and now I can't I can't undo it until it's done. So whatever.
Well,
But anyway, it's
look
here.
at so cool.
It looks good on the inside. It's actually one of the first ones that's like, yes, perfect.
It only took us 6, 7.
This is the 8th.
It took us. I already did 8 covers.
This is August. You've done 8 covers.
It doesn't feel right. I thought I only did like 6.
Oh, you've done 8.
Open my folder.
We only have 4 left. We've got God Trials, Unfortunately I Exist, Horde of Princesses, and The Writer's Retreat left. That's it. And then the
I
final
did.
anthology. You did them.
I just didn't ever count. We definitely need more like blues and greens because it's primarily like if you look at them all next to each other in the folder.
No, we definitely need more. That's why we're doing.
Very warm.
Yeah, we do. So, yeah, Horde of I think Horde of Princesses actually should be teal, and God Trials
Was greenish, some green thing.
green or blue. We should probably do a blue for God
Diamond in
Trials.
the Shambles is blue.
Yeah. It's rough.
We will get there.
Mambo is very talkative today. She's been
Because
very.
sorry, you go.
You're good. I'm just saying. Thaga's asking about Mambo. She's been very active today. She's been outside a lot. We waved to some, like, there's another building and their balcony. They can see our balcony, and they're like, "Is that a bird on your head?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "I thought it was a weird hat." And I'm like, "Most people do." But she's been very chitty chatty today.
Yes. What I was going to say was I think the red is for your last horror thriller thingy.
Yeah.
And then the nonfiction is like the black and white background with the AIDS flag. So that has a little bit of purple, but it's mostly graceful. Okay. And then we've got, we can add another blue and another green. Just got to choose.
That's what I'm saying. That I think maybe God Trials will be more blue. Horde of Princesses with the tealy green.
Okay.
One of them has to be teal.
Yes.
One of them needs to be teal.
Yeah, believe me, I'm itching for the teal. So
yeah, whatever you want to do, it's cool. I'm not picky, really. She did. She also helped me take out my trash and went to the Amazon locker to get this. So
good girl.
She did indeed.
Baby. Drinking water also, but the tea is so good.
I am drinking water because I am out of everything. Check out my Gobi page and feed me all. Because I got paid today, but that went to rent. And that's it. Hi, Polyverty. Hello. How do?
Hello.
But I got very excited because of the thunderstorm, and I'm like, I want to do stuff. I've got a lot on my spinner wheel to do. I have, I have a lot of audiobooks to get through right now because a bunch of them are going to, expire shortly. Like Neverwhere, I have, 4 days left with it.
She will drop that right now. Get some of those Excel trackers up on.
Yes, I will be. I'm trying to figure out the best way to go about it, though. So... give me a minute.
Just literally do a tracker for every different thing and have it be I don't know, whatever, 10 cents a piece, 50 cents a piece, $1.
I mean, most people charge.
Don't ask me. I'm very. No.
I paid $5 for just to find that formula. So the one that I'm currently using is from another creator. And I manipulated it for myself, but I wanted to learn that progress bar. So I basically paid $5 for one formula.
But it did have multiple pages in the...
It has several pages in it.
So, yeah. I mean, you could do it a minimum and just pay whatever you want situation.
Yeah.
$1 plus, or I don't know. Don't ask me because I'm going to be cheap on everything.
Dog has a peachy Mountain Dew because I was bad and went to KFC. I've never had a peachy Mountain Dew.
You have a peachy Mountain Dew because you wanted chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Or a mashed potato bowl.
Thinking about making a margarita for encouragement. Oh, I should get. I have my mojito juice. I have my mojito mixer. I could get that. We can get lit. You guys want to do face masks tonight?
I could use it.
We could do a face mask tonight.
I know this getting so black and splotchy.
I love getting paid just to not have anything left. I literally had to go into my loan and ask for a change of due date because that due date is on the 5th, and I'm like, I'm not gonna have enough.
Where money?
There's none. So I'm like, can I do it for after my next paycheck when I probably could pay that? So luckily that was very easy to change.
Well, that's good.
One thing, I mean, it's still, all my other bills are due that same paycheck. So that's what we're donating plasma. Would you all like to hear my disaster National Lampoon level of donating plasma on Wednesday? No, not Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Yeah, it was Wednesday.
Is this the second time or
this
the
is
third?
My second time.
Okay.
Tomorrow is the third. Here's my story about, also really quickly, Paradise 1. Probably would be Paradise 1. That's all I can tell you right now for that. So, second time in. I go in. You go to the computers and you do your little survey thing because you have to pass every time you go in, basically. And then they go to take your vitals. When they take your vitals, they give you a little stabby on the finger, and they squeeze all the blood into a little tiny tube, and they set it in a thing to, I guess, get your what is it?
Hemoglobin.
Hematocrit. So they do that. But the girl I know she's new because the first time I was here, she was training. So she stabs her finger, gets a little tubey, and starts squeezing the shit out of my finger. And I can't. Hematocrit. Thank you. That. So she's squeezing the shit out of my finger, and blood is going all over my hand. It's all over her desk, everywhere. She's trying to get it in this tube and failing at it. So that was funny first, right? Okay, so we cleaned everything up, la-di-da-di-da, everything's fine. Then they're like, okay, you're going to go to section red and go ahead. So I go over there. They're like, what arm do you want to be on today? And I'm like, well, I did my left last time, so let's do my right. Let's swap them up. Now, notoriously, when I've had to do labs or anything in the past, my right is not my best for extraction. But, it's been a while. So but it's not even really my arm. Well, it might be my arm's fault. I don't know. So the girl doing it, she starts getting it in, and she keeps trying to make adjustments. She's like, it's not right. And then she's like, I'm overthinking it. Hold on. She gets this other guy who comes in and goes, all right, let me do that. And he adjusts it. It's fine. It starts flowing. I'm like, all right, cool. We're good. La-di-da-di-da. Machine starts. You have to pump your hand while you're doing it. Granted, this is the worst hand to do it because this finger locks. But I'm la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. All of a sudden, beep, beep. What's going on? She's like, oh, it's fine. It's an air bubble. Okay, cool. La-di-da-di-da, beep, beep. And it keeps going off. And she's like, I don't know what's going on. She keeps trying to adjust it again. And it's like, it's just not, pulling. It's not pulling anymore because it had one run and it wasn't able to basically go back in because it separates the plasma and then you get refilled in, right? That's how it works. And it keeps going off. So I'm like, this arm is kind of bad for it. Maybe we'll just switch to the left. And she's like, yes, okay, let's switch to the left. Everything will be fine. So she takes the tube out. So the way it connects is there's a needle connected to a tube connected to the machine. So you separate those and you clamp them and stuff. And so she drapes the tube over me so that she can move everything to the other side. She gets the next needle in real nice. Like, yep, she's right. She's like, you have two really good veins here. We'll just keep going here. So she gets it in this one, and then she's going to connect the two.
Beep, beep, beep.
Nope, no beep, beep, beep. Blood, blood, blood. She goes, oh shit, I forgot the second clamp. And now blood is spewing everywhere. It's just, it is, like I say, it's National Lampoon. There are 3 nurses all kind of panicking. Now, mind you, this was a full house day. Every bed is taken. So all the other people donating plasma are just watching me sit there, losing all the blood. And I'm just laughing like, yeah, this is about right. But they finally, they take it out. They freeze it. They're like, okay, so you can't donate anymore today, but we'll still pay you. And I'm like, yes, you will.
Yep. Right.
And they cleaned up. I still had to wait there for a half hour because none of my blood went back in. So they gave me electrolyte water and goldfish snackies, and I had to sit there for a half hour until I was cleared to leave. But then the fun part is, now granted, I'm now stained with my own blood.
Yeah.
Because I was laying on a bed where my arm was right here. And I still needed to get Mambo's grapes. So I ran into King Supers, which is our Kroger, ran to get the grapes. Hoping nobody looks at the giant amount of blood covering my side. It was hilarious.
This is why I wish you were vlogging again.
You can't film in those.
No, but you could have filmed outside of it.
Yeah. I could have showed. No, I don't. I think I would get flagged on YouTube if I showed you actual blood. But yeah, that's what happened. Let's hope tomorrow goes better.
Indeed. Well, man. Well.
It was funny, huh?
Ooh-wee.
It was really funny. Got your fucking grapes. You happy? I'm like, I'm never going into that King Supers ever again.
Be grateful.
Yeah, thank goodness we don't live in Twilight.
Maybe on you.
Jasper be coming for me. It's funny.
But, I mean, Dr. Cullen, he could have also just like...
He could have saved. Carlisle would have either saved or turned me, depending on how dire it was,
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine me as a vampire? A fat vampire?
Like, oh, you're giving plasma to save people?
Wait,
I will save you.
I have a Twilight question. Canonically, it says that when you get turned, it specifically like alters your genetics to make you like so beautiful and like perfect. Like you can't resist them. That's part of the DNA. Does it like for a fat person, does it just accept them as a beautiful fat person? Or would Stephenie Meyer's Twilight vampires, would it like give them vampire liposuction?
If it's Stephenie Meyer, I think it's the latter.
It's probably the latter.
But in today's day and age, you just got them extra pheromones and everybody love you.
Yeah, like is the basis for the beauty of vampires based on modern beauty standards, or is it based on just enhancing what's already there?
Well, was glittering skin ever a modern beauty standard?
Diamonds are a girl's best friend. I think, okay, the diamond thing, though, I don't think is a beauty standard thing. It's because Stephenie Meyer thought that's the strongest thing in the world. And because they're supposed to be, like, unbreakable, that she turned them into diamonds. And that's why it's the only thing that can break them is other vampires or the wolves as well. But, wow, let's get deep in Twilight lore, y'all.
Does it have to do with primitive athleticism? Like,
that's the question.
So
they've been forever.
Yeah.
But I never saw a single fat vampire in all of Twilight. Not a single one was fat.
I don't even think there was anyone fat in the movies. Like,
no,
in the past.
Not at all.
So is that just a visual thing, or is it a universe thing?
That's the question. Somebody tweet Stephenie Meyer.
Stephenie Meyer, be careful. You'll be canceled.
There's a debate going on and we need answers. I need to know, if I got turned, would I be skinny? Or would I just be me, but prettier? Because that's without a doubt, the venom makes you prettier. It takes away all the bags, all the wrinkles, clears up your pores. Like, that's what the venom does.
Like your peak.
It strengthens your hair, lifts the girls. I need to know.
You know, you suck in the blood, you get your own little bit of plasma. It just heals you.
Yeah.
You're permanently being Botoxed.
I don't doubt it. So, has there ever been like a fat vampire? Well, yes, there has. What We Do in the Shadows. Thank you, What We Do in the Shadows, inclusivity.
And Blade.
Blade had a fat vampire? I never saw Blade.
Gosh.
Okay.
Just a lot though.
But were they like portrayed as disgusting and stuff?
I don't remember. Thog says they were an asshole. But in Blade, like, all the vampires were bad, so.
Yeah. But, like, was it, what the question is, was them being a fat vampire, the fat part, like, part of the reason they're awful? And, like, do they make that a very gluttonous
vampire? I feel like it was very just, here's.
Okay.
Here's another. That's what I remember.
Where it's like they emphasize their fatness as a negative trait rather than a neutral trait. With What We Do in the Shadows, neutral trait. Doesn't matter. So, yeah. Yep. Blood offers very few calories. So. Is that the diet I need to go on, guys? Hashtag Twilight diet. When they talked about being a twi-hard, they're talking about your hard diet. Anyway, I'm glad we could get into Twilight discourse early on. This is the kind of stuff I bring up on Brooklyn Reed's stuff on her. She's doing her Twilight watch along. So we've watched the first movie and the second movie. We're watching Eclipse Sunday night. So after I do all day 10K day stream, hopefully we'll be watching Eclipse, and we're all going to trash Eclipse because we all collectively think that is the worst movie of them, which it is. So if you guys want to have fun discourse like this in a chat with me, it's on Brooklyn Reed's channel, which I recently updated my YouTube because for like when it gives you suggested channels or like recommended channels, I realized I had a bunch of people who just don't post anymore. So I'm like, we're going to fix that. Yeah. I put Brooklyn up there and Dusty Book Sniffers. They're all recommended on mine as well. So is yours and Tycho's. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hacker in a basement. Okay. So it's borderline. That's very dependent on the stereotype of a hacker in a basement. So, yeah. All right. Well, I'm apparently working on the core set next, which means I will be grinding away. I did one earlier today, for those who want to know. I did the Graces. I tried to do like some kind of little floral thing. It doesn't look great. So my next one is Skyward.
Oh,
Skyward.
Do a Doom Slug.
Oh my god, can I do a Doom Slug? I'll see if I can.
It seems like the easiest possible.
I'll try. Oh yeah, we should probably actually roll the dice. What are you working on?
I think I'm gonna try to edit down this Welcome Willow video.
Sorry.
I'm right. Like I have like 5 scenes.
Okay.
That are on my to write list.
Cool.
Oh, she was so small. Her head was just to the water bowl.
What is my message to the Twilight fandom? My message to the Twilight fandom is honestly never change.
Keep sparkling.
You guys are now what I would say, okay, for anyone who like loved Twilight when it came out and is now an adult, most of you are pretty cool. I vibe with a lot of you guys now. You know, a lot of you learned, and a lot of you, you know, you can still love your trash reads. Although a lot of them recognize that it's trash. So I have respect for the Twilight fandom now. At the time, I definitely didn't. This is called growth, everyone. Growth. Read Sparkle Damarung. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to find out. Yes, Mambo's middle name is, in fact, Spensa, after the protagonist in Skyward. Thank you. All right, well, let's start another sprint, because I also need to go dehydrate. Here we go, everybody. 3, 2, 1, begin. Oh. ding, 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 ding. It's got a wrong number thing. Okay. I finished 3 in that sprint. Woo, Jess got everything done that needs to be done. Caca. Hala is zoned in. Okay, anyway. Well, the 3 we finished, I attempted Doomslug. So here is what Skyward looks like. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Right. Me attempting to do designs with this is kind of silly because I'm really bad. I'm really bad at this. We also did Babel. We have Babel. I tried to do the tower. You guys can see the tower. I attempted it, and then I did like a sunrise with clouds and birds. That's Babel. And then I just finished Uprooted. And I attempted to do the flower. And just some regular. Hala has no idea we're back. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of these are done now. Oh, gosh. Still have so much. The next one I'll be doing is Winter Song, Kaikei, and Carry On. So, yeah. Maybe I'll actually text. She probably muted the stream because I think she's editing video, she said. Not an accurate one right now. But I definitely have pretty much this core set is going to be that. Hi,
Snazzy! Sorry, I had to mute the tab because I was editing video.
I figured you were, but yeah.
I'm back.
You missed my reveals.
I did. I missed everything.
Here. You can see my Doomslug. It's not great.
It's not great. I like him. He's got a little mohawk.
Doomslugs. And then I did Babel. And I tried to make the tower.
There you go.
Did little like sun with clouds and stuff at the top. And then I did Uprooted. Here's Uprooted. And I tried to do the flower.
I like it. It's a very nice flower.
So.
You're almost done with those.
No, I'm not. Nope. I have 9 finished out of the 23. Not even halfway.
It seemed like you did a lot more.
Nope. I'm not.
Gotcha.
Do I have a list of my auto burn authors? I mean, I think we all know the soapboxes that I regularly bring out, those authors. And I'm sad it stopped raining and everything.
It'll be back.
And a random person, has texted me Which I don't know if this is like a new scam or something, but it's like, I've made it to LAX. Please wait for me at A7 along with the driver. I am currently getting my luggage. And they sent it twice. And I'm like,
wrong number.
Wrong number, buddy. I ain't at LAX. And for some reason, oh my God, why is this review? My review of To Gaze Upon Wicked Gods is like getting a lot of likes. Like there's a ton of random people liking my review, and I'm very confused. It's cool.
Farting down there. It better be farts. Better be farts from smelling.
But normally my reviews on Goodreads, I don't really get a lot of likes on them at all.
Perhaps now is the time.
But I have 11 on this. I usually, maybe there's one or two, like Tamama will like a review here and there. But not a lot of other people do. And for this one to just suddenly get 12, no, yeah, 11. Yeah, just all in a row too, like really rapidly. Like, what's happening?
It must have been the perfect time. And I can't speak for Colorado, but for living just in this area also, if it's not winter or summer, it's some combination of the two.
Holly, the climate of Colorado is yes.
Everything.
Yes. Like, for example, today it started off very, very warm. And then right about 5-ish, we got that thunderstorm that rolled in, and now it's clearing up. We have very sporadic on this side of the mountains, I'll say. It is spring, so we're usually... We usually get our summer very quickly. It'll start reaching like the 90s pretty, like probably halfway through May. It'll start. It's been 70s right now, 70s to 80s. Not yet, actually, not even 80s yet. Let's look at our forecast. But yeah, it's dry. Dry as hell is the climate.
Danger. Dry is danger.
Yeah. Right now we're we're hitting a little bit of a cold front. Tomorrow it'll be rainy. Ew, is that mixed? No, it's just rain, thank God. So we're gonna have like mid-60s. The hottest day of the week is gonna be Tuesday at 72 right now. But we'll start climbing. Lightning has been detected near your location. Okay. Yeah, it gets hot and dry. It's always dry, no matter what. Winter, summer, spring, doesn't matter. It's always dry. So, yeah, sick with bronchitis. I get chronic strep. That's my bane. I get chronic strep. And great hair times. I keep wanting to record my audiobook, but I'm having a lot of problems with sore throat right now because it's so dry. So
yes.
That's why my audiobook takes forever.
Speaking of audiobooks, I have 2 days left on this book and I'm at 88%. So I have like 5 real hours. And I want to just go through it. But the things that I want to do are not audiobook tasks. It's a problem. But maybe tomorrow morning, because we're cleaning up for game night, I can just be like, Terry, only talking this year. Hey, that is garbage. No, good girl. Don't take the garbage.
26% done with Neverwhere now. Eagerly anticipating Mummer the Hoop Boy audiobook. It's coming. I've got 8 chapters done. I'm about halfway done with it.
You were ready for a nap for a minute ago.
Oh, now it's playtime.
No, she's like, I have to be sitting next to you. I can't sleep without being on you.
No.
Well, they haven't
My
made
emotional
a
support
computer desk
human.
for the both chair for the both of us. Have they? You are farting. You have to go poopy. Hey, we have to go outside.
Humidify the air in this control room, so there's like 25 to 30 humidity. Yep.
Let's go potty. You have stinky butt. Let's go potty. Yeah, you.
All right. Well, then I'll spin my wheel, and I'll roll some dice.
Did I mention that her poop is solid now? We did the thing.
Yay! Ooh! I'm working on Bookworm and Ogre. I'll tell you new fun things about Bookworm and Ogre when we come back. What is that? Judok. Junie. Cute. 37? 37.
Sweet. Let's do it. Let's do it to it.
37. I'm very excited. I have to do a new plot for it because I had a new revelation to make it
okay.
So that's what I'll be doing. Here we go.
Do we ever get to hear about the revelations?
Yeah, I'll tell you after the sprint.
Okay, after sprint.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Go. Bing, 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 ding.
Yeah.
So, I can tell I'm very excited about Ogre and Bookworm because I wrote the entire outline. It's completely ready.
Yeah.
So, would you like the revelation?
Yeah.
So, the original idea with Ogre and Bookworm was to write a cozy fantasy romance, a la Legends and Lattes, but something less disappointing, because Legends and Lattes was a huge disappointment for me. Mm-hmm. So, and I the statement I'm making about it is about internal beauty versus external beauty kind of thing, where both the main characters are not seen as attractive in their respective cultures. Right? Learning to love oneself and love one's value and find value in yourself, right? That's the message. But I kept making high stakes problems, because I tend to do that. I keep telling people Hispakak is cozy, and it's like, no, there's high stakes. It's not, it's cozy for the first act, and then it's not, right? But then I decided you know what I've never done? Used my goddamn degree. So now Bookworm, the character of Bookworm, is a linguist. Wants to be the first one to translate and make a dictionary of other lesser species languages and go to the Royal Academy. And it's on her way there that she gets in a kerfuffle and ends up with Ogre, and she's injured, so she can't travel anymore. And that's where she decides, oh, ogres have a language. Ogres are people too.
Ogres are people.
Ogres are people too. And she meets the good old-fashioned cue, almost what's trademark of a ragtag group of mythological misfits. And now she will learn a variety of languages that no one's bothered taking the time to learn. There will still be a heightened climax,
of course,
but it's less big stakes than what I had originally thought out, because I could not.
Right.
Like, this is much cozier. It's still it's giving Shrek meets Princess Bride.
Fantastic.
That's very my comp right now, is Shrek meets Princess Bride.
I can dig it.
Yeah. But now the problem was I was intending to start writing Hispakak 2 this Sunday. I don't think
You thought.
I thought. And now I'm like, I think I will blaze through writing the first draft of this book, because it's giving me the feeling I had when I was first drafting Hispakak. And yeah. You have to follow that feeling, right?
Yes.
You can't shove it down. You have to let it out, let it out, let it out. Sorry. Yeah, cozy adjacent. It's still cozy. It's gonna be
cozy adjacent.
like at least 75% cozy. 25%. Here's the big oh no's. Mostly cozy. There you go. Oh yeah, I wrote the entire, and I still had time to spare. So I feel very good about that.
I think that is very exciting, and like you get the itch, you're like right now.
I have the itch. I'm not even taking it off the spinner wheel, because like if it hits it again, I'm gonna start drafting because I'm so fucking excited for it. Oh, there's that crack I've been waiting for forever. Jesus. Yeah. How was your sprint?
I managed to take actual creative inspiration, and instead of just being like, here's all the videos in chronological order without being edited and throwing classical music over them, to let's actually go through it while listening to the music. So when there's musical cues, we can adjust for it. And there's a couple parts in here where like the music unintentionally just hit, and I was like, thank you. It's just Willow being Willow with Atreyu, so it can't go wrong either way.
Yeah.
But I'm like, let's not have a 52-minute long video. Let's make it like 20. And I think I did it. So, yes.
Oh, we're getting back to thunder time.
You're getting thunder?
Yeah.
Started with rain.
I'm gonna open my window again. Although I realized the rain was actually kind of coming in, so now it's a little wet over here. But it's not currently raining, it's just thunder. Boom and lightning, come on. I want it to...
What I voiceovered is...
I don't know, I was just dancing for y'all. Again, this chair, it used to stay lowered. And of course now my camera is fuzzy.
Almost X'd out the wrong screen. Then I would have been gone.
Camera. All right, we're just gonna hold it here. I'm just gonna do the entire stream like this now for y'all. Staring into your soul. Looking right at you. Will you adjust? Yes. Okay, so next time it does it, I just need to know to pull it right up to my face and then take it away, and it'll work. Got it. Tomorrow, everyone, y'all better be shopping because it's Independent Bookstore Day. I don't know if I'll be able to.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anybody else want to pick a book? I'll show the picture on screen. Hold on. I gave my opinions. Let me bring it up on screen. This is Snazzy's selection. We have Ace of Shades by Amanda Foody, Immortal Longings by Chloe Gong, Lore by Alexander Bracken, Family Lore by Elizabeth Acevedo, Dead Letters by Kate Dolan Leach, 56 Days by Catherine Ryard Howard, The Maidens by Alex Michaelides, Artemis by Andy Weir, Circe by Madeline Miller, A Flicker in the Dark by Stacey Willingham, What Kind of Mother by Clay McLeod Chapman, Road of Bones by Christopher Golden, Dig by A.S. King, Before She Ignites by Jodi Meadows, The Drowned Woods by Emily Lloyd Jones, The Apocalypse of Elena Mendoza, I don't know who it's by, Hutchinson, don't know, Wild Beauty by Anna Marie McLemore, Amber and Dust by Lyra Celine, right? I think that's who it's by. You'd Look Better as a Ghost by Joanna Wallace, The River of Siller by S.A. Chakraborty, Alice by Christina Henry. I didn't know she wrote an Alice book. Huh. A Light Most Hateful by Haley Piper. Terror Tome by Garth Marenghi. The Secret of Cold Hill by Peter James. Schrader's Chord by Scott Leeds, and Desert Creatures by Kay Chronister. There you go.
Alice stuck out to me.
Christina Henry's great. She writes very dark retellings of fairy tales. So her one for Peter Pan was Lost Boy, and that was good. I read that one. I have the Sleepy Hollow one that she did. I think it's just called Horseman. I didn't know there was an Alice one, but she's very good at doing the fantasy horror.
I think it is time to
And Fog is suggesting Artemis, and you'd look better as a ghost. I personally enjoyed Artemis. It is hit or miss for a lot of other people. It's very different than The Martian, but I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was very fun. It still wasn't my favorite. It's not my favorite Andy Weir. Like, that's Project Hail Mary, The Martian, Artemis, but I still enjoyed Artemis. I can definitely say that Wild Beauty is amazing because Anna Maria Nickelmore is amazing, and Cersei is amazing because Madeline Miller is amazing. Ace of Shades, I don't think, Snazzy, you'll necessarily enjoy. I did, but I don't think it's your style. You know? I think if you read it, you'd probably be like, yeah, it's fine, but nothing amazing. Oh, yeah, that's the only one that showed up for me. Hold on. Oops. Unless I missed it. Did I miss more? Yeah, that... Oh! Ha! Huh. Maybe if I scroll lower, we'll know the others. I literally only looked at the other ones. That's funny. Okay, we got more here. Oh, boy. Where are you? Cemetery Dance. Don't know. Hidden Horrors, Midnight Under the Big Top, Brian James Freeman. Oh, look, the Humane Society of Reaches Slayers of Seth by Paul Doherty, Shadows over Main Street by Mirror. I don't know. Oh, look, Pages of Karuta by me. What? The Inconsolables by Michael Wehunt. Lost Signals. Don't know who it's by. There Is No Wheel by James Maxey. Oh, The Den of Sparrows and Grave of Brothers. Oh. Nazi did stipulate don't vote for our books because you're already keeping those. They're not part of the... She's doing a try the chapter.
Try to keep it going.
Ellen Dill, Andrea Rose Washington, Lurking in the Dark, High Hopes. What is that? Demonic. Oh, God.
We jumped.
Demonic. Go over.
House.
Demonic Household. Demonic Household. Artificial Night, Local Habitation, Late Eclipses. Is that Shannon McGuire? I don't know. Mo Haters, The Treatment. My Throat an Open Grave by Tori Bobolino. Red River 7 by AJ Ryan. Black Phone by Joe Hill. From Below by Darcy Coates. Contagion. I don't know who that's by. Black Sheep by Rachel Harrison. Good House for Children by Kate Collins. Pitch Dark by somebody with the last name Alameda. Helter Skelter by someone. Made in America Triumph. Into Thin Air. The Secret Lives of Buildings. Paperbacks from Hell. All right, you sons of bitches. Let's have a race. Black Dahlia. I can't read it because there's a sticker. Usher's Passage or something. Shadowland. Coco. The Bog. Legion. Don Quixote. Oh, Good Omens. Do that one. Corporation something. Dissidents. Predator. Fanny Flag. The Wicked Deep. Yes, do the Wicked Deep. Darker Shade of Magic. Do the Dark Shade of Magic. Living Dead and Mad Hatters and March Hares. Boom. Now I've done them all. Sorry.
Boom. Shock.
I just, like, when I opened it, it just gave me this. And I'm like, oh, that must all be. And I didn't realize I could scroll more. Okay, those are all my votes. From what I can add. I haven't read anything except my books on this shelf. And I've only read I've read Wicked Deep, Darker Shade of Magic, and Good Omens. That's what I've read. The other ones I do not recognize. I love how there's so many thrift book stickers on your books, Snazzy. It makes me want to tear them all off because I can't seem to have a sticker on them. I will read every title.
Every single.
I will happily do so. Oh, you guys want to see my swag that I sort of stole?
You stole a flag.
Swag. Oh. Swag. So yesterday I went to this. I'll show you.
Oh, gosh.
The indie book publishing university thing, but I didn't actually go to the university thing. We were invited as SIPA members, which is Colorado Independent Publishers Association, which I'm not actually a member of, but Tycho is. So Tycho being me, his +1. But they're having this conference, and someone just left their swag bag just on a table, and so it's mine now.
Wait, exactly.
But I'll probably be doing a Will It TBR because they have catalogs.
Oh, danger.
Titles. So,
but also fantastic. Yeah.
So we have those. But I got some other cool stuff. I got a bunch of pens. There's like some nice pens in here. And apparently there's this place called Vermont Voiceover Vermont. And for some reason they gave you a cork, which I'll probably give to Mambo, and a little maple candy. Maple candy.
Maple. Well, I can either miss that. Can
also a book light. You ready to be blinded? But it gets more intense. Book light, clips, and there's like just a bunch of other shit. But you get a journal as well. They gave you a journal.
Oh.
Woo. We always need a journal. We got a bunch of pamphlets and stuff. Where's the other pen? There it is. Yeah, I got
a lot of swag in that bag.
3 new pens and a tote.
And the bag itself.
That's what I wanted was the tote. That's all I cared about. But yeah, so we'll probably do some form of a Will It TBR with these. But I got fancy ass new pens. I'm gonna try this candy. Let's try the candy. Oh, that smells mapley. That's very mapley. It's a little mapley.
In a good way.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've had some maple candies that should not exist.
That's good.
Good. I'm glad we could.
That's a good one. I wonder if Mambo likes corks. I don't know why they threw a cork in. That's a weird thing. I feel.
Is it engraved at all, or?
It says Highway 12 Vineyards Winery. It's a 2018. I don't know. You had a really good vegan maple fudge the other day. Ooh. Nice. It's a good book light though. Like this is like full on like ring light. Beauty Guru. Should I clip it here and then it'll give me more light from my camera? What? Heavy rain's been detected near my location? I had no fucking idea as it rained.
Impossible.
Okay. Well, everybody put your opinions in the Discord for what Snazzy should bring so that it's not just my sole opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Thog gave some. Thank you, Thog.
I said Alice. And
you did say Alice.
Mad Hatter one, and I'm like, well, I can make it themed and pick those two. So.
You would. All right, I'm going to spin my wheel.
But they go together. It's literally like Witch, Alice in Wonderland.
Like llama, ding-a-ding-a-dong. Okay, here's the thing. The wheel just told me to record audiobook.
Is it quiet enough for you to record audiobook?
Yes, the dogs are not going crazy. But that would trigger a very long sprint. How long is the chapter? Let's look at that first. Because the last chapter I did was actually not that long.
I think I'd be okay with a long one because now that I finished the video, I might be able to like write.
Yeah. It'd be really long.
Oh.
Probably.
It's up to
like
you.
Last one took me 40 minutes to record, but others have taken me an hour and a half. Let me see how many pages it is. It's chapter 9. Dreams, Dates, and the Damned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 pages.
Well, I ain't got nothing else to do. How long do you like? Okay, because you want to do it in basically a stint.
Sure.
What are you thinking in terms of a sprint versus multiple sprints versus?
Well, I don't like to stop.
Okay.
When I'm recording, when I'm editing, yeah, easy. I can do that.
Well, how long do you think you need? This is the real question, my friend.
Let me see who else is that long that I've already recorded. It's also up to chat. If you're like no to this big ass sprint, you let me know. Let me go to ACX. ACX, tell me who my longest chapter is that I've done.
And meanwhile, I don't know if anyone's noticed my name change on YouTube.
I did.
Yes. I tried to post a short just to be like, some people are going to notice. It's real. It's not like what happened. I'd probably been contemplating that for over a year now. And that's just so I can post, not to say more random, but all other aspects of my life. Because I felt like I was confined to just being creative studio stuff. And now I'm like, that's not why I started a YouTube channel. So with that in mind, I'm going through my backlog of videos. So like my Universal trip from 2022 is up. I'm just finished editing my Disney trip, my 500 squat challenge, and now the first week with Willow. So those will be coming out. So it's going to be quite random, but it's also not random because it's just like, you already know this about me. But you get to see it. So I'm back.
All right. I'm going to say a full hour.
That's all I got to say.
Full hour. If it continues forward, I'll just like extend it a bit. But I have to get set up first. Hold on.
Extension.
Ow!
I'm also very sad now that I recorded all my Disney videos vertically, expecting I was only going to put them on TikTok.
Yeah.
Because now the whole video is TikTok size. Like.
Oh, God.
So, sorry. Hey, stop. I'm actually putting that in the comment. My only regret is how I filmed this video. Is filming everything. Oh, sad face. Vertically. Expecting I would only post it on. I also got to update that. Ooh. had a thumbnail. Where did it go? There it is. There it is. There it is. Hours, okay. Oh, I didn't realize he was. Okay. You know you're muted, right? Okay. I didn't know if you were like testing something, so I'm like, my bad. I just been over here talking.
Oh, it mute. It just did it randomly. Weird. Because I did not click. Anyway, okay, I need to make a tea.
Thanks for noticing, guys. Yeah, you need to make a tea, warm up your vocal cords.
Yeah.
Like, so I think that's what I heard you say, like, I need to, and then it just went blank.
Weird.
Like, oh, she testing something. And
my ghost muted me. Wow. Okay. Well, help me decide a tea. We have Puppet, Sour Apple, Forest Berries, White Eternal Spring, and Raspberry Leaves. We have Page of Cups, which is White Blueberry, Maple Cream Oolong, White Monkey, and Cornflowers. We have Monkey King, which is Peach Oolong, Calypso Green, Peach Bellini, and Safflower. We've got Poltergeist, which is White Pear, Lemongrass, Hibiscus, and Lemon Balm. Troublemaker, which I don't have much left. Blood Orange, Honeybush Vanilla, Candy Apple, and Chocolate Chip. Somebody fell out. Somebody opened up. Barguest, Puer, Charang, no, I can have chestnut. Chocolate Chai, and Aniseed. And lastly, Swamp Witch, which is kind of my personal favorite. Wait. Okay, I still have goodness. Ginseng Green, Hojicha, Rooibos, and Marigold. And then something that's in here. Unfortunately, I should give Adventure Book away. I can't have it because there's almond in it. But it came with the set. What do you think I should have?
The Monkey King.
You thinking Monkey King? Yeah. I'm leaning towards that. And
it says Swamp Witch.
I'm leaning towards that and actually Poltergeist because it has a lot of the lemon in it. Which is good for the throat. Swamp Witch is just my go-to.
I was just going by pure name.
Oh, okay.
Nelly is Puppet or Swamp.
Puppet or Swamp? Puppet or Swamp? Puppet or Swamp? I haven't actually had Puppet at all. So maybe I should do Puppet because I've never actually tried it.
But what if you hate it and then you can't record?
I think it's fine. It smells good. And my tea is actually
boiling. Ooh, boiling. Meanwhile, on Habbity Babbity, I can click some things off. Ooh. Ooh. Let's check it together. Yes, yes. We've done that. We've had our... Did we have green today? I think we did. Yeah. Yeah, we did. We are not anywhere near 10K. Did that. Did I check emails? No. We did productive time. I gotta edit my habits. I need to get to 90% in this book so I can get to 100%. So maybe I should pick something I can do that in. I got some scenes to write. Oh, I didn't post that yet. We got the Willow video on the Disney video. And Kuro Kenshin still sits there. So sad. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll do that so I can listen to audiobook. Maybe I will do the stuff I have to do. Because what I've been doing for my to-do list is when I get a scene idea, I just write a note for it. So I can be like re-inspired for it. And then I can mark it off my to-do list.
Snazzy cut her hair last night. You've ever had layers? You cut off 5 to 6 inches.
Ooh.
Yo.
Feeling light and fluffy.
Yas, queen.
We love layers. We love some layers.
Oh my god, will this like actually behave? please?
No.
It's literally a struggle every time.
Oh, gotta take down this moon, y'all. Gotta take down this moon. I'm gonna buff us. We're gonna buff. Did a buff. And we buff the other one. Alright, guys, we are buffed. So turn some stuff in. Do the do.
I am opening my file. Yeah, the last chapter ended up to be 27 minutes long. Not even. So, good stuff. I will be muting the computer. Just FYI. So if you guys are trying to like, hey, Q, text me.
Okay. Because that's the general rule of thumb is if the other person is not.
I have to mute it just in case because I can't seem to get certain notifications like Discord to silence when I'm doing this. It's very annoying. Would you
that is still pretty long. Yeah. But I bet it feels so much lighter.
Damn.
You just habited? Yes. All right, so you said 40 minutes?
No, I said an hour.
Oh, okay. I don't know where I heard, or was your last one 40 minutes? Was there a 40 at all in the past 5 minutes of this conversation?
No.
Okay. I will set a timer as well because I will also forget. So we're doing a 1 hour. 1 hour.
This smells really good, by the way, this tea.
59 minutes, 59 seconds on the watch.
Beautiful.
Something.
I like how Rocket Money tells me, you just received money. And I'm like, girl, it's already spent.
It's allocated, therefore it's like, it don't count.
Yeah. So strange for my hair to be short and it's kind of wavy now. Woo!
Whip that.
Don't tell Nina. Nina would be super offended you cut it. Nina's also I was about to say a butt hair person. That sounds wrong. Super long hair.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's butt hair. Hold on, my tea's not ready yet. My tea's not ready yet.
Well, everybody else is ready.
But I'm not ready. And I'm the one who has to do the recording.
We're on your time.
Yeah, you are on my time.
I expected you to be ready.
I am trying. I wasn't expecting to record live today.
Well, you didn't.
Should I leave myself unmuted? You can hear me.
Either that, or I can put up Crow, or you can be unmuted, and I'll have Crow Kenshin up, and people be like, "These things don't match at all." That's the plan.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Can be done.
Use the hell out of everyone. Is it too hot? I really want to sip right now before I start.
Because I did check it recently. 110. 111.
That's not bad. Still hot, but
not bad. But not bad.
Hey, who wants to do a vocal warm up? Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. That's a hard one. You do an opera one? I don't think I could handle knee hair, butt hairs when I draw the line. Oh, okay. Do you want me to leave my
muted? Like, this might be what we have to do for Create-a-thon is like have people in the chat like put their favorite quotes from the streams and stuff, and then we like just print it on t-shirts for everybody for like participating in Create-a-thon and being part of this insane little group. And one coach is gonna be Butter.
Okay, wait. What if instead of doing, because if you're gonna have that on the screen, I'll have. Oh wait, that's supposed to be a ticker. I'll have this as a ticker, and we'll just come back when I'm done.
Okay.
Do you guys want to do that?
I'll just occasionally try to pop over here and be like, chitty chat. She's still doing the thing.
Yeah. I mean, you'll hear me now because I'm going to leave myself unmuted.
Oh, that's right. Duh. Okay.
Yeah. You'll hear it.
Chat engagement will be limited until chapter is done. So
we might finish before an hour. I don't know.
We might, but hour-ish, guys.
Hour-ish, probably.
Mm-hmm. So if you actually need to do something, feel free to mute it till you can come back. But we about to mess up some people's brains.
For your entertainment. Actually, let me do a quick test.
Okay.
Make sure it can actually record while we're doing this. Chapter 9, motherfuckers. Here we go.
Language.
Can actually record. Okay, it can. I have to make sure. Okay, my mouse has to come down here. Okay. And my script has to go up here and has to get a little... Oh, shit. I lost it.
Okay. I will probably have this muted for a bit so I can at least get through this couple chapters of the audiobook. But I'll tap in and check stuff.
To make this bigger.
If you need to message me and I don't hear you, either private chat or whatever.
Cool. All right. Well, 3, 2, 1, let's go. I was about to mute myself. No, mute the computer queue.
Nope, I'll just mute. Bye.
All right, here I go. Live recording. Chapter 9. Dreams, Dates, and the Damned. The door of Viper's hideout creaked open slowly as Viper peeked outside to check for anyone in the alley. With no one in sight, he whispered a quick silencing spell as he hesitantly stepped out with Hal right behind him. My phone went off. Their faces were illuminated by the rising sun in an orange glow. They had waited until the morning to set out on their journey to find Viper's friend, who would help them make the journey to Japan much faster and far less expensive. Hal wasn't entirely convinced anyone could get them there faster than a plane other than an alchemist. Oh no, the dogs literally just started howling. No. Alchemist. Shit. Hold on, I gotta pause the music here and see if it comes through, which I bet it does. Oh, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's not picking up the dogs. Okay. Of course they start right now. Why? Okay. Witches and warlocks have been trying for centuries to unlock teleportation, but that magic had only ever been achieved by the Fae and the alchemists. Altair was the first alchemist Hal had ever met. They were a rarity in the world around them since they stayed close together in Prague studying and never doing anything unless by special request from conservators. They were shut-ins who would rather read books on magic than actually try to use it. Then there was the other distinguishing factor between them. Warlocks and witches all have an innate gift for magic and for specific skill sets in magic. Hal, while trained to perform other forms of magic, always had an affinity for fire. Hal, while trained to perform other forms of magic, always had an affinity for fire magic, which is why he so often used fireballs in battle. Summoning them came easy, whereas others were better at manipulation spells, healing, or divination. Viper was adaptable in battle, which is what made him so deadly. He has always been quick with his spells that bombarded the enemy one after another. Hal thought about their little bar fight and how if Hal hadn't made the decision to bind them together, he most certainly would not have had the stamina to go against him much longer. These dogs. God dang it. Viper was the type that if you didn't strike him down quick, your chances of winning would disappear faster than a flat screen TV on Black Friday. While Hal hadn't enjoyed resolving to use the blood link, in hindsight, Viper, being the one he had temporarily... While Hal hadn't enjoyed resolving to use the blood link... My God, can't do this line. While Hal hadn't enjoyed resolving to use the blood link, in hindsight, Viper, being the one he was temporarily linked with, helped him find Mab, escape the Coven, and offered a better chance of survival. They quickly shielded themselves with a cloaking spell before Viper hurried up to an empty silver sedan on the street and started focusing his energy on unlocking the car. "What are you doing? We can't steal a car!" Hal whispered angrily. "I'm not going to keep it. We're borrowing it." Viper ignored him and the doors unlocked. "We don't have time to argue about morality right now. Let's go." Fine, but you're going to fill the tank at least." Hal hurried to the passenger seat while Viper magically hotwired the car and took off before anyone could notice. "So who is this girl? Ex-girlfriend?" She wishes. She wishes. He scoffed, but Hal gave him a disapproving look that made Viper's smile vanish. "Her name is Taliba Khalaf. Her name is Taliba Khalaf. She owes me a favor. I helped hide her after she left her family." "How generous of you." Hal's suspicion leaked through his words. Viper was silent for a moment while he debated continuing with his story. The tense silence made it easy for him to make that decision. "And she gave me some stolen magic in return." There it is. There it is. What kind of magic? No. There it is. What kind of magic? Hal asked the question, but he realized he already knew the answer. "The safe house. I thought you said you made it after Foxden." "I did," Viper confirmed. "It was just a hole in the wall then. She helped me ward it permanently so I wouldn't have to keep casting on it." "That means you've always been somewhat disloyal to Cobra." Hal let out a small laugh. "Maybe we're not so different." "I was being realistic," he defended. "No one stays on top forever." Hal could see the pain resurface on Viper's face. Hal may have grown to despise Cobra and Onyx Desert, but for Viper, it was a home that was just ransacked and taken from him. If it hadn't been for Viper's preparation, they would have been dead a long time ago. "Hey," Hal cleared his throat. "I know that..." Stop right there." Viper put a finger up in front of Hal's face. This is not mushy feel sorry for me time. You pity me, I punch you. Got it?" he warned. "Got it." Hal relaxed in his seat and looked out the window as they left the city and made their way into the desert. They spent the rest of their trip in silence as the heat of the sun beat down on the car. They didn't start slowing down until it was well into the afternoon and the air was dry and hot. "Where exactly are we going?" Hal fanned himself while looking unsure. Hal fanned himself while looking unsure of the empty desert landscape. "We're here." "We're here." Viper slowed the car towards the shoulder of the desert road. Nothing and no one was around for miles except for some rocks, cacti, and probably a few snakes. Stepping out of the car, the blaring sun beating down on his skin made him forget it was November. "Where is here?" Hal grumbled to Viper, who looked happier than he had seen him in, well, He couldn't remember when he'd ever seen Viper happy. Give her a second. Give her a second. He held up a finger and smug expression. Hal's patience was wearing thin when all of a sudden everything got quiet. There was no wind, no rustling, not even the buzz of a bee. It was so silent that Hal was completely unprepared for the sudden jolt of an earthquake that sent him off kilter as the ground lowered into a ramp that led into a dark underground chamber. Viper quickly fixed his hair and dusted off his clothes. Right, she's the one who wishes, Hal teased. Shut up. Shut up. Viper snarled, but his attention was quickly taken back as a figure emerged from the darkness. Her voice came before her face. James Hahn. Wait. This is Taliba. What do you think you're doing? What do you think? We are Taliba Khalaf. James Hahn, what do you think you're doing here? What do you think you're doing here? James Hahn. No, God. I don't know how to do Taliba's accent. Ah! What do you think? James Hahn, what do you think you're doing here? No, that was very British. James Hahn, what do you think you're doing here? Her Middle Eastern accent wasn't thick, but it was noticeable. As the sun revealed her face, Hal was taken aback by her beauty. She seemed to glow with confidence, and her eyes looked like glittering jewels. She wore a simple emerald green hijab and disgruntled expression. And who the hell is this? It's good to see you too, Taliba. It's good to see you too, Taliba. Viper stepped forward with a surrendering gesture. This is my... Viper paused as he tried to figure out the right word for their connection. Hal. You're Hal, huh? Taliba raised a suggestive eyebrow. No, Viper stammered. No, this is Hal. Well, it's a long story. We need your help. Hal stepped forward. Can we talk inside? Taliba looked between them both suspiciously. She tilted her head quickly, allowing them entry to her bunker. Hal and Viper both moved towards the ramp when Hal stopped to watch as Taliba pushed her hands forward. Then she started intricately moving her hands and fingers around so fast it made Hal dizzy. She was muttering words under her breath in another language. Even though her hands were moving fast, Hal started to notice two emblems light up in a bright green glow on her palms. An even bigger green light formed around the car they had borrowed. The circle spread upwards, forming a dome around the car with runes dancing around it. James, where did you get it? James, where did you get it? James, where did you get it? Taliba called out to him. Second in Euclid, Viper answered. The dome solidified into an unbreakable barrier, and in a flash, the car was gone, returned to its original position they had removed it from earlier. Hal couldn't believe his eyes. She had just teleported an entire car within a few moments, with no trace of it ever being there in the first place. Hal looked between Viper and Taliba in shock and amazement. You're an alchemist. Was, Taliba corrected him. Come on, inside. She headed inside first with Viper and Hal quickly following behind. Now Hal knew exactly how they were going to get to Japan so quickly. The ramp closed up as soon as their feet graced the tiled floor of her underground lair. He thought it was some magical contraption, but it was just a large mechanical ramp built with realistic-looking desert dirt and foliage. Granted, the magical shield to prevent anyone who wasn't aware of the opening helped, but overall, it was just mechanics. Granted, the magical shield to prevent anyone who wasn't aware of the opening helped, but overall, it was just mechanics. It took a moment for Hal's eyes to adjust to the lighting underground, but found the ambiance soothing as Taliba led them into the main living area. Strings of small white lights guided their way until they reached a warm and inviting room. Taliba told them to sit while she would prepare a drink for them. He thought an underground bunker was going to just be a small one room with cots and cans of food, but it functioned just like any other residence. There was a large maroon futon with knitted blankets draping over each side and colorful throw pillows with embroidered symbols. Sitting on the couch, he could see more of a living space with books lining the walls in messy piles and a large table in the center of the room covered in crystals. Sitting on the couch, he could see more of the living space with books lining the walls in messy piles and a large table in the center of the room covered in crystals, globes, and papers. Taliba disappeared behind a curtain of beads where he could see the makings of a kitchen. There were a couple of other open doorways with curtains hiding their contents, but he guessed the watercolor thin cloth curtains led to a bathroom and the heavier purple fabric led to her bedroom. Viper sat nervously next to him, rubbing his hands over his thighs anxiously as they waited for Taliba to return. "So how do you know an alchemist?" Hal whispered so she couldn't hear them. "It's a long story," he whispered back. "Give me the Spark Notes version then." "I saved her from a rival coven after she left the alchemists." "Did Cobra know?" "Nobody knew." No. Nobody knew. Taliba came back in the room with a bronze tray with 3 teacups and a steaming kettle. "I made him promise if he told anyone, I would teleport his dick to the bottom of the ocean." She handed Hal the teacup with a smirk, but Hal could not hold in his laugh. Viper seemed less amused. "I've never seen anyone do what you've done." Hal calmed himself down. "I heard it takes alchemists at least a whole day to set up a portal. How did you do it so fast?" "Blood sacrifice?" "Blood sacrifice," she said with an annoyed squint in her eyes. "What Taliba means to say," Viper interjected, "is she'd rather not divulge the secret to her success and also reason she was expelled from the Alchemist Academy." "You were expelled?" Hal almost spit out his tea, but Taliba looked completely unfazed by his surprise. "No, I graduated valedictorian, and they gave me this secret warded bunker for all the great work I did. Yeah, I was expelled. You sure this is the guy you want to be teaming up with, James?" Taliba shot him a disapproving look. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend." Hal's hands shook with fear that if he really offended her, she might teleport him to another dimension entirely. "Taliba," Viper said in a disapproving tone. All right. She draped herself over one of the large carved wooden chairs next to them. "I don't get many visitors here, and I like to play with my food." "I don't get many visitors here." Oh my God, why is she sounding Russian? All right. She draped herself over one of the large carved wooden chairs next to them. "I don't get many visitors here, and I like to play with my food." Her mischievous grin made Hal squirm a little. Maybe the source of her power really was cannibalism. After all, she lived in the middle of a desert in a secret bunker. No one would ever find the bodies. "As you can see, she's gone a little mad down here," Viper joked. Hal wasn't so sure it was entirely false. I prefer it," she winked. "So you obviously are in some major trouble to come seek me out, James. What did you do?" What did you do? What did you do? God, she keeps turning Russian. Try to channel. I prefer it, she winked. "So, you obviously are in some major trouble to come seek me out, James. What did you do? Who did you kill?" Taliba was very casual in her accusations, but what surprised Hal was Viper's non-existent temper. Usually, if someone insulted him like that, he would have struck them down with 5 different spells at once, but there he sat, no veins protruding with anger, no red face, and not even a shaking fist. His demeanor had become somber, still, as he thought of the events at Onyx Desert. Cobra is dead. At this, Taliba sat up a little straighter. Onyx Desert is gone. She waited intensely for him to give her the details, but even Hal could see how much pain talking about what happened was causing Viper. We need to get to Japan. He cleared his throat. We need to get to Japan. He cleared his throat. There is someone there who can help us. Is that so? Her gaze made Hal's skin crawl with nerves. Yep. Yep. He was about as convincing as a child with chocolate smeared on their face before dinner, guilty and uncomfortable. She jumped up from her chair and perched herself over Hal's body so fast she was only an inch or 2 away from his face, examining every detail. You're sweating an awful lot for someone telling the truth. You're sweating an awful lot for someone telling the truth. We're in a desert, he tried to argue. We're in air conditioning. We're in air conditioning, she rebutted. Your pulse is fast. Your eyes are shaky. You're lying. She almost sang as she accused him. You're scared. You're scary. Not of me. Not of me. You're scared of someone else entirely. The person who took Cobra, she's got you running scared. She's going to have the whole world running scared. I never said it was a she. At this, Taliba backed off of him with that mischievous grin returning while pointing a playful finger at him. What exactly is going on here? Taliba turned around and pulled the larger table closer to them. A few papers fluttered to the floor, and a couple of empty glasses tipped over by the sudden movement. She whistled at them both to join her, looking at whatever it was on the table she was smiling about. Hal was surprised by the amount of charcoal sketches covering the table. It wasn't just that Taliba was an incredible artist with amazing detail and emotion pouring through the sketches. It was that all of them were of people he knew and things he had been a part of. Meetings in the archives, the Pontianak, the fight against Akanavar, and Mab's escape. The most striking photo he found, though, was not of Levin or Mab, but of Sadie. He picked up the sketch and let his fingers run over the paper. It was thick like parchment, and Sadie looked angry, violent, and murderous. She clung like a monkey onto metal bars, like she was in a prison and trying to break out. He knew it was Sadie, even though she didn't look like herself at all. Her eyes were wide and fixated on something else in the room. In the corner of the picture, there was a shadow. He couldn't tell what it was, or perhaps who it was. Why did you draw this? Hal shoved it into Taliba's face. I draw what I see. She snatched the photo out of his hands and smoothed it out on the table. When did you see Sadie? Do you know where she is? Not see with my eyes, she groaned in annoyance. I see through this. She pointed at the large purple crystal ball in the center of the table. Hal moved closer to it to examine it, hoping to catch an image of Sadie and find where she was so he could rescue her from the prison. You're clairvoyant? He turned back to her. Can you see the future? You know where Sadie is? Slow your roll, Warlock. I'm good, but not that good. She laughed. I'm not naturally clairvoyant. I picked up a method at the academy to help acquire the skill. It's the best entertainment I can get down here. No cable. Entertainment? Hal's face flushed with anger. This isn't a TV show. You're watching people's lives, people's deaths. Whoa, okay, calm down. Whoa, okay, calm down. Viper squeezed his shoulders and pulled him a few steps away from Taliba. Calm down? I've been trying to find Sadie for weeks, and she is just watching her suffer like some character in a movie. Now where is she? He screamed at Taliba with fire burning his hands, ready to strike her down. Hal, enough! Viper stepped between them and pushed him back. Hal barely stopped himself from striking at Viper. Instead, he turned around and let out a scream of frustration before trying to focus his energy on calming down. Sadie wouldn't want him to behave this way. If he had any chance of finding her, his best lead was with Taliba. All right. He straightened his clothes out and cracked his neck quickly. We are running out of time. I want to know where I can find Sadie. Aren't we supposed to be getting to Japan? Viper crossed his arms. That can wait. June will be fine. That can wait. June will be fine. Sadie is obviously not all right. Now, Taliba, send me to her. You think after all that, I'm going to send you anywhere you want to go? You'd be lucky if I sent you to the Sahara. Taliba turned around and grabbed her cup of tea to take a sip that turned into a long gulp. Sometimes if I see enough of the place, I can tell you where they are. But whenever I viewed this girl, Taliba picked up the photo of Sadie and stared intensely at it. It makes me dizzy. It's as if I shouldn't be able to see it, but I am anyway. I've never seen the other person in the room, but I always feel their presence. It presses down on me like it's trying to turn my head away. I can never stay in the vision long enough to find where it is. Hal let out a long breath he had been holding while she explained. Whew. He knew he was holding it. She couldn't find Sadie. She couldn't help him. She was just another disappointing dead end. Hal, we don't have time to sit around and sulk. We have to go, remember? There's an evil bitch on the loose that's probably going to send our old coven to kill us. We've got to go, bro. Viper tried to make the atmosphere a little lighter, but neither Hal nor Taliba found him all that amusing. Taliba, can you get us to Nagoya? Taliba nodded. Sure, I can do that, but first, I have one question. Taliba picked up 2 drawings. I want to know why this girl, she held up a picture of Levin being fed to Mab, isn't dead. She held up the second photo showing Levin destroying Dekanavar and all his men with her scream. You could see in the sketch Levin's power and rage. It was a frightful picture to look at, but it raised many questions. He had seen other drawings of Levin on the table. Most of them were with the others at the Ashport Conservatory, but none of them really depicted her identity as the Phoenix, except the one in Taliba's hand. The strokes of charcoal were powerful and fluttering. Fire burned through the bodies of the vampires. Fire that came directly from Levin's scream. Her power was depicted in harsh strokes and angles, but was mostly defined directly behind her, reaching high above and out like wings. Hal felt dry in his throat. He didn't have a good explanation for her drawings. Viper didn't seem too fazed by the drawings since he knew Hal worked with the conservator of Ashport, who had a connection with the Phoenix, but he didn't know the whole truth. Taliba, on the other hand, looked like she had already figured out the answer, or at least heavily suspected something out of the ordinary. Hal didn't know if he could trust her, even if Viper was certain she could help him. She seemed a little unhinged and uninhibited in her attitude and words. She was in hiding, exiled like many of the others at Ashport, but that didn't mean he could trust her. Her motivations were a complete mystery to him, and he didn't want to risk trusting her. I can't, he stuttered. Oh? Taliba stepped forward. And why is that? Because. His voice droned. This is hard. Thank you for listening, Snazzy. Oh my God. Because his voice droned the word out while he tried to come up with an excuse. His pitch excelled as he realized the perfect reason. I was unconscious. God damn. My throat. Unconscious? A minuscule laugh escaped her. Go on. She folded her arms while waiting for the rest of the story. I woke up later when we all returned to the conservatory. I don't know what happened in the fight. No one told you? You have an awful lot of friends in these pictures. She casually pointed to each one. Sen tending to the garden, Nigel reading a book, Cindy training at the gym, and Colt cooking in the kitchen. Everyone's lives were depicted on the table, and Taliba had been watching them all, studying them. Why? Why do you want to know? Why have you been watching us? Taliba smiled at his response. I watch what she shows me. Now children screaming. I watch what she shows me. She answered while pulling a drawing out from under one of Levin's sleeping. She answered while pulling a drawing out from under one of Levin's sleeping. The picture was dark with charcoal, but within the blackness he could see a shape, a beak, feathers, talons. It took a bit for his eyes to adjust to fully see the eagle in the picture, but there it was, imprinted on it. She showed me you both coming for help. She set the picture down. We're going to go to Japan together, and then you're going to take me to meet the others. The others? Hal felt uncomfortable as Taliba stared him down with a purposeful smile on her face. The peacock and the crow. The peacock and the crow? Before Hal or Viper could ask her any further questions, her hands began moving quickly around them, forming the same dome of light she had made around the car. Take a deep breath, Taliba commanded just before the light consumed them. And inhale slowly. And inhale slowly. Oh my God. Let me just keep getting the line wrong. And inhale slowly. Oh my God, that's not the word. There's Sen, there's magic in everyone. And inhale through the nose slowly. Sen instructed while sitting in front of Levin on the floor surrounded by candles, stones, and incense that fogged the room in scents and smoke. Hold it for 5 seconds. He watched Levin carefully as she sat across a large rug covered in red embroidered runes. And exhale through the mouth. They had been practicing on breathing techniques for an hour to help calm her mind. Sen observed meticulously over Levin's movements. She was completely still, but wasn't stiff in her posture. His eyes glowed yellow as he examined the aura around her. Ever since she had awoken as the Phoenix, her aura was different than the first time they had met. Before it was unsteady and wavering as it constantly changed colors and textures. But now there were layers to it. Closest to her body was a soft white layer which Sen believed. Closest to her body was a soft white layer Closest to her body was a soft white layer which Sen believed to be her original aura, the true Levin aura, that now was pushed down from the layer of the Phoenix. The Phoenix's aura was breathtaking. It swirled around her in golden and ruby flecks on a bright sunset stream of colors. It looked like a galaxy on fire. Usually it pulsated, but now it was slow and peaceful. She was ready for the next step. My voice is your guide. Concentrate only on it. I want you to think back to your earliest memory, the farthest back in this lifetime you can go. Maybe a birthday, a fight, or one simple moment in time, and focus all of your attention on that. Pull every detail you can. He saw a small wrinkle on her forehead appear. Don't struggle to remember. Let your mind take you there. Sen reached around him and pulled out a round mirror that was about the size of a basketball. He pointed his wand at Levin's forehead and whispered so quietly, if there had been anyone standing next to him, they wouldn't have even been able to hear the spell that allowed him to pull the images from Levin's mind and put them in the mirror. The glass fogged quickly and began swirling in the memories Levin's mind was trying to fixate on. The colors were muted in the room Levin lay awake in. She was very young, somewhere between 3 and 4. Unlike most rooms belonging to children her age, there were no flowers on the walls, no stuffed animals to snuggle.
There wasn't even a nightlight or wooden blocks spelling out her name on the door. Her bed was an army green cot with a single blanket and pillow. There was an uninspiring wooden desk pushed against the wall and bleak-looking curtains hanging from the window. The young Levin got up from her cot and quietly tiptoed to the door and pressed her ear against the wood. Voices came faintly from the other side. Her parents were arguing downstairs, but it was so faint and muffled that only a few words could make it through. Her mom was one of the most commonly spoken, along with potential... Her name was one of the most commonly spoken, along with potential... Her name was one of the most commonly spoken, along with potential, demon, exposed, and hidden. Levin tried to open the door, but it was locked from the outside. A tear fell down her cheek as her parents' argument escalated. She paced around the room angrily in her bare... Gonna burp. She paced around the room angrily in her bare feet when she stopped at the sound of another voice, a woman's voice that was not her mother. Sua, the voice called, but there was no one around. Sua. The voice grew clearer as little Levin fixated on the curtains of her window. She cautiously moved forward, and with one hand she brushed aside the left curtain, revealing a crow. It was the biggest crow she had ever seen, perched on a branch of the maple tree that was close to her window. So close that if she wasn't barred in, she might be able to reach through and touch its beak. When the crow opened its beak again, it surprised Levin when it did not caw, but the voice she had been hearing came from the bird. Sua! It cried out and flapped its wings at her. Levin was so terrified she screamed and ran back to her cot as the window glass shattered. The crow took off just as her parents came running into the room and saw the destruction and the terrified Levin. The memory began to fade in the mirror. Hold on to it, Sen commanded. Don't lose the memory. The fog in the mirror stopped the memory. The fog in the mirror stopped. The memory began moving in the slowest motions as she struggled to hold on. Go back further, expand your reach, and let the memories come forward. I don't know how. Levin struggled to answer him while holding the memory. The door is open now. Go through the door. Little Levin looked around her father's worried face and her mother's disappointment and saw they had left the door to her room open. Her parents remained frozen in the memory while she moved past them. The hallway of her parents' home was no longer there. It was different. The hall was warm and inviting, with pictures of families and painted scenic views. Her body felt heavier with the weight of her red dress that made swishing noises as she made her way to a staircase. Short lace gloves covered her hands that reached up and touched the blonde curls on her head. She could hear the chit-chat of people at the bottom of the stairs and a young man in a black suit waiting for her and holding a red corsage in his hands. He looked up at her with a handsome smile and perfectly combed hair. Levin felt the person she had become beam with happiness as they were on their way to their prom night with her parents happily watching them. From the tan chenille rectangular sofa and the seafoam green carpeting, she felt like she was Marty McFly, but the body she inhabited moved without so much as a flinch of confusion as her date escorted her outside to his soft blue 1956 Chevy Bel Air. It was a perfect night for a dance. She felt in her heart that she was as happy as can be as her boyfriend drove them towards the school. She was excited for the dance and dreaming up visions of a happy future when the caw of a crow took her attention. The same crow from her bedroom window flew just outside of the car and cawed at her. Her boyfriend cursed as the car swerved to avoid another driver who hadn't stopped at a light, twisting the car around and slamming right into Levin's side of the car. No! Levin screamed as she came out of the trance and lurched forward, coughing so violently the candles closest to them went out. Levin, Sen hurried to help her get upright. Are you all right? I think so. Her voice felt hoarse and stung. I think that's enough for today. Sen helped her up from the floor, but Levin quickly pulled herself out of his grasp, letting out a frustrated grunt. We've been at this for 2 days. We've been at this for 2 days, and that's all I can get. A tragic poodle skirt prom night? She hit herself on the head a few times with her fist. How am I supposed to get anywhere like this? Figuring out a past life is hard enough. Figuring out a past life is hard enough with a regular human, Levin. You're trying to locate a memory from a past life. We don't know how far in the... You're trying to locate a memory from a past life. We don't know how far in the past we have to go. Progress is progress. We can do this, but you can't push yourself. We can do this, but you can't push yourself. Why not? Her hand slapped her thighs in anger. I can't die. Push me to the limit, Sen. Maybe I need to die in order to remember. Every time I've seen something like that, I've been in a bad situation. She stood across from him as if to brace for an attack. Hit me with some of that Fae magic. Let loose. I can take it. She bounced around, waiting, but Sen rolled his eyes and folded his arms. I'm not going to hurt you, Levin. I can take it! She braced herself for an impact Sen would not deliver. I know you can, but I'm still not going to do it. He strolled over to the window and looked out at the backyard and smiled. You need a break. We'll resume later. He moved to leave the room, but spun around with a spring in his turn. I suggest going out for a walk in the garden. It'll help clear your head. Levin's brow furrowed at his suggestion. It wasn't a bad idea, though. The smoke from the candles and incense had made her feel a little overwhelmed, and fresh air could be nice. Even though the garden was kept under Sen's protective perpetual springtime spell, she could still smell the crisp air of winter lingering around it, but it never would reach her to make her cold. Sen had done a lot of work in the garden. It was bursting with heavy greens, pastel pinks, and blues and yellows. The speckle of berries sparkling with dew made it look a light. Sen was right about feeling better outside, whether it was the sweet scents in the air clearing her mind, or just the atmosphere of the flora releasing the tension in her body. She felt better from them. She stopped when she heard the sizzle and scent of cooking meat. Yakiniku? She smelled yakiniku. She used to go out to eat at a small yakiniku restaurant with June and some of the other students at her school once a month. They would stuff themselves with meat, rice, and grilled vegetables. Her favorite was grilling slices of pineapple. Sniffing the air confirmed it. There was pineapple grilling right now. She followed her nose through the stone path until she found the source. Colt sat on a large blanket on a patch of cleared grass with a small portable grill, cooking all the wonderful and tasty food that had made her salivate. He turned and smiled brightly at her. What are you doing? She nervously stepped forward. It's our date. He looked proud of himself. Funny, I don't remember you telling me we were having it today. Levin walked over, trying to hide her delight with the setup he had constructed for her. She sat down across from him while trying not to let her stomach growl, despite how delicious the food smelled. I wanted to surprise you. He adjusted his position to sit a little closer to her. It was easy to read his excitement on his face. For a moment, Levin could honestly forget about all of their troubles. It was just the two of them in the garden enjoying each other's company. She knew it was cliché, but she wished she could stay in this moment forever. I thought that since you were working so hard, this might be a nice outlet for relaxation. Things have been... He took in a long breath. Intense lately. Levin smiled. Intense was putting it pretty mild. He grabbed a small plate and started putting some of the food on it for her. I think it's important that when things get tough, you have to remember what we're fighting for. I think that's true. She nodded while happily taking the food. She couldn't resist tasting some of it now that it was in her hands. This is really good! She started humming happily while she ate more of it. I'm glad you like it. Colt smiled and watched her eat with a look of pure content on his face. You cook a lot for everyone here. Have you always liked cooking? She asked while shoveling pineapple into her mouth. Okay. You cook a lot for everyone here. Have you always liked cooking? She asked while shoveling pineapple into her mouth. No. Colt let out a small laugh while he put more meat on the grill. It was an acquired skill out of necessity. Levin cocked her head to the side, waiting for him to continue. When I first moved in here, your uncle barely ate anything other than the occasional frozen dinner and the sweets he'd pick. When I first moved in here, your uncle barely ate anything other than the occasional frozen dinner and the sweets he'd pick up at Hannah's bakery. Not the healthiest diet, Levin chuckled. No, he agreed. I was okay with it at first, but after a while, I got tired of it. I started watching a lot of cooking shows and I'd try to follow the recipes. Really? Who did you watch? Martha Stewart? Rachel Ray? Levin giggled at the thought of Colt in a cute apron while following the directions of a daytime cooking show in the kitchen. Master Chef Junior. Levin broke out into a loud laugh. Hey, don't laugh. Those kids can cook. I don't deny that. It's one of my favorite shows. Although I haven't watched it live in a long time. I used to watch it with Nigel and Sadie. Levin looked up at the pink and purples in the sky above them as the sun began to set. It was so long ago that she and her friends would gather in Sadie's house to watch their favorite shows with a big bowl of popcorn and some sodas. They would cheer on the children and be amazed at the dishes they created. It was a happy time, but it felt like a false memory now, like she had seen a picture of it from someone else's photo album. Hey, Colt waved his hand in front of her face. No dwelling, remember? This time now isn't for that. It's for happiness. Levin broke from her memory and smiled. And food. She happily ate more of the grilled vegetables. And food, he repeated, finally taking a bite for himself. What about you? You lived on your own. Are you good at cooking? I'm no Gordon Ramsay, but I got by. I mostly went out to eat with June. We used to go to eat sushi or curry or katsudon. Then we'd play games at the arcade and try to win silly-looking toys. Sounds like you two had an awful lot of fun. Colt's tone went dry and flat. Hey, she reached over and tapped his nose. Don't break your own rule today. She waved her finger at him in playful warning. I guess it's easier said than done, he laughed. Waiting for neighbors, waiting for neighbors. Get inside your apartment and stop being loud. Here we go. I guess it's easier said than done, he laughed. Levin, he moved over to sit next to her. I really wanted to make this a romantic date for you. I didn't want to see you worry about everything and everyone. You always put others before yourself. I don't know about that. She put her plate of food down. I don't know about that. She put her plate of food down. You do. You stayed here because we needed you to stay. You took Sen and Cindy in because they needed a place to stay. You went to the college because we needed you to go. You protected us under trial. You protected us from your parents. But you do things for me. You protected my secret even before I knew what it was. You always look out for me. You did all of this for me. She motioned to the picnic. You're too good to me. Colt put his arm around her and held her closer. I don't think of it like that. I think we fit each other. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. Levin panicked internally for a moment. It was the type of box that had a ring in it. She was relieved, however, to find that as Colt opened the box that it contained a necklace. It had a simple rose gold chain. My throat. It had a simple rose gold chain. Blah, blah, blah. It had a simple rose gold chain and a medallion hanging. What sentence did I write here? It had a simple rose gold chain and a medallion hanging from it. The medallion was backed in rose gold with a fire opal inlaid on it. The colors of the opal intertwined together in striking oranges, yellows, and even greens and blues. In the very center of the opal, it almost looked like there was a beautiful bird inside. No, not a bird, a phoenix. Where did you get something like this? She let her fingers brush the smooth stone. I may or may not have made a certain alchemist help me craft it. He smiled and took it out of the box to put around her neck. I wanted to give you something that you could look at and remember all the happy memories you have. It's to remind you to keep fighting no matter what happens. She felt the pendant's coolness against her skin. Her smile slowly disappeared. It's a little unfair. It's a little unfair. What is? He moved around to face her again. You keep giving me things. You gave me the steak, and now this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't given you any kind of present. He was just about to open his mouth in protest when she stopped him by quickly covering his mouth with her hand. And don't say me being here is a present, because that's sappy and not at all what I mean, and you know it. He exhaled through her hand with a smile in his eyes. He reached up and removed her hand, but held on to it. I was going to tell you I want a new bike or maybe a really cool sword. He joked, making Levin laugh and melt into his embrace. Don't tempt me. I'll find you the dorkiest looking sword there is, she playfully threatened. Their jokes were short-lived as their eyes locked and time froze between them. Levin knew what was coming. Colt was going to kiss her. She wanted him to kiss her, but she had to tell him the truth. If their relationship had any chance of moving forward through the battles and struggles that were surely to come, she had to tell him. Colt, wait. She tried to casually create space again without pushing him away, while hoping her movement did not offend him. There's something I've been meaning to tell you. About me. Levin, it's all right. I know you've been scared. No, it's not just that. She adjusted herself so that she could fully face him. I mean, yeah, I'm scared, but not scared for the reasons you think. Is it me? Because I'm a... His jaw clenched as he said the word, and his hands balled into fists. Cambion? No, that's not it at all. She grabbed onto his hands and released the tension he had created in them. I'm the problem. I'm the problem, it's me. I'm the problem. Levin. He tried to argue, but she placed 2 fingers over his lips to silence him. She took a breath before finally finding the courage to say what she had wanted to say for a long time. She just hoped she could trust Colt enough with who she really was. I've never felt the way other people feel. At least, I haven't met anyone that feels the way I do about, relationships. She struggled. She wished she wasn't so apprehensive about her identity, let alone the words defining it. She let out a frustrated sigh. I know what men expect. I don't feel those urges. You're talking about... He cleared his throat nervously. Intimacy? Levin nodded her head. Oh, all right. Levin wasn't sure what he was thinking as he processed the information. She had always known she was different. In her junior year of high school, when Sadie told her about her first time, Levin pretended to be interested. Sure, she was curious and wanted to make sure Sadie was okay. And that the guy was worthy, which unfortunately he did not prove to be. Levin may or may not have gone into the boys' locker room while he was changing, punched him in the face in front of the rest of the football team, and stole his clothing. That's a true story. Levin didn't enjoy hearing about it the first time. Then there was a sleepover Levin snuck out of the house. What? Then there was a sleepover Levin snuck out of the house for, and it turned out a lot of the other girls had either had sex or wanted to. Levin was the only one with zero interest. Even the other girls who claimed to be waiting for college or the right guy, or even Brittany, who said she wanted to wait until marriage, had all had some form of interest in the topic. Levin was the only one who had no desire. Zero. Zip. Nada. Not even when Jeremy Holtz took her to the prom and wanted to leave early to have some alone time. He ended up with a broken nose for his senior photo. The point of Levin's struggle to tell Colt was, however, how people had treated her once they found out about her... That's a weird sentence. The point of Levin's struggle, however, was how people had treated her once they found out about her asexuality. Whenever she told someone, which was not often, but the ones she did tell met her with statements like, "You just haven't experienced it yet," or "Don't be such a prude," and her favorite, "You should see a doctor." She waited in fear of which statement Colt would choose to use against her. Maybe he would tell her he could change his mind, or maybe he would tell her he could change her mind, or that she was just being a tease. Maybe he would find her disgusting and ridiculous. All right, he answered. What? Levin froze. She wasn't sure she had heard him correctly. All right, he confirmed. I mean, Levin, I don't like you because I want in your pants. I like you because I like who you are. I want to protect you and help you and be by your side. Levin's eyes squinted in disbelief. Are you sure? Colt laughed at her confusion. Yes, I'm sure, Levin. I just want to be with you. I would never force you to do something you're uncomfortable with. He moved closer to her again and wrapped an arm around her, holding her closer to him. Did you really think that would scare me off? It usually does the trick, she joked through her confusion. Well, you're going to have to try another tactic to scare me off. I'm sure I'll come up with something, she teased. Then before she knew what was happening, she kissed him. Not on the cheek, not as a friend, not by accident. This kiss had purpose, meaning, and for once, no secrets inhibiting her desire. Most people describe kisses as warm and passionate and wanting, but as much as it was all of those things for Levin, the most important thing, this kiss... Most people describe kisses as warm and passionate and wanting, but as much as it was all those things for Levin, the most important thing this kiss was to her was safe. Colt wasn't running. He wasn't disgusted with her. He was with her, and he wasn't going anywhere. They both exhaled with a smile as the kiss broke, and Colt let out a small laugh. If that was your next scare tactic for me, that had the opposite effect. He kissed her forehead gently and held her tightly in his embrace. Levin sighed in a blissful happiness. This was the part where things were good. She never wanted it to change. Being in his arms made her body relax and her mind clear. She was certain if she had felt like this during her session with Sen, she could have been more successful in trying to unlock the memories of her past lives. All right, do you want some more to eat? He reached over to tend to the fire that was dwindling a little under the small grill. I always want more to eat. She joked while he put more food on the grill, and the flames suddenly ignited into a large burst of fire, and the heat that made Levin jump and... Nope, read that wrong. She joked while he put more food on the grill, and the flames suddenly ignited into a large burst of fire. Oh my God, I paused it again. She joked while he put more food on the grill, and the flames suddenly ignited into a large burst of fire and heat that made Levin jump and duck out of surprise, knocking her head onto a small stone bird bath behind them. The dizziness from the impact made everything around her slow down. She thought she saw the path of a small firefly move across the sky. The leaves slowly rustled in the wind, and she saw a snowflake melt as it hit the barrier of Sen's spell. But that all faded quickly into darkness. Fire burned bright and wide, spreading across the horizon in red flames. It scorched the livelihoods and dreams. Spreading across the horizon in red flames, it scorched the livelihoods and dreams of the villagers who had once lived in the burning town. People ran with ash on their faces and holes in their hearts. They cried out in a language Levin didn't recognize. No, she did recognize it. She didn't know how she understood the words, but she knew they were crying out for help. They were crying out for someone to douse the flames, to give them their lives back, to save them. They were calling out a name. She could barely make it out. She felt like she was underwater and trying to understand what someone was telling her. The wind blew Levin's hair around her face, but it wasn't her hair. It was too dark. She looked down at the dark skin on her hands. She wasn't Levin here. She was her, the first Phoenix. Before she had ever known a name, but now she heard it. Before she had never known a name, but now she heard it. Sua! Levin turned around and faced someone she had not expected to see. Darren Crawford. No, she wasn't Darren here. She looked like Darren and sounded like Darren, but that was not her name. What have you done? When Levin spoke, the words weren't... What have you done? When Levin spoke, the words weren't hers. They were the words of Sua. You brought this on yourself. Sua braced herself to fight Devin. Devin? Sua braced herself to fight Darren. They tried to take it from me. Sua's rage ignited in more flames to two already burning trees on either side of her. No, they didn't, Sua. Darren was calm and collected, even against Sua's irrational rage. Their eyes Their eyes met as the real answer transpired between their gaze. Why? Why would you betray me? Our time is over, Sua. She moved a step closer, readying herself for a battle against the Phoenix. Levin knew Darren would... Levin... My God. We're getting there. Levin knew Darren would lose this. She could feel Sua preparing to scream when she heard the cry of the villagers call out for her. Not for Sua, not for the Phoenix. They called for Darren, but they didn't call her Darren. They called her. Hoop away, Levin murmured as she woke up. She no longer was in the garden with Colt. In the time she had been unconscious, he had brought her up to her... In the time she had been unconscious, he had brought her up to her bedroom, called the rest of the gang, and someone had changed her into a comfier clothing. Nope. Blah, blah, blah. In the time she had been unconscious, he had brought her up to her bedroom, called the rest of the gang, and someone had changed her into comfier clothing and tucked her tightly into bed. Oh my God, I almost had that line. In the time she had been unconscious, he had brought her up to her bedroom, called the rest of the gang, and someone had changed her into comfier clothing and tucked her tightly in her bed. Everyone was staring at her. Everyone was staring at her with perplexed concern. Did you just have a stroke or something? Nigel asked, earning him a slap on the head from Colt. Levin was too happy, though. She had figured out Darren's true name. She had to say it again to make sure she wouldn't lose it. Hoop away. Da 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 da, we're done. We're done. We did it. That was under an hour. Come back to me.
You done?
We did it.
You did it.
I also enjoyed all of my absolute disaster recording.
I'm sure we all did. I had you on like volume 10 so I could like half hear you.
And then immediately the dogs started barking. I'm like, but then they stopped. So
of course. Those silly dogs.
So that was recording almost 58 minutes. 57, 54. We're going to save that and save it again. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to
save it one more time.
Save it again. Cool.
Hey, so we are back.
Hello, Divine Fox, trying to draw. Sorry for the confusing coming in of me recording.
Yeah, sorry.
I spun my wheel and my wheel told me to record. So that's what I had to do.
One must obey.
Yeah.
But drawing do be hard sometimes, my friend.
Oh.
Do not despair.
My wrist like seized up holding my mouse trying to just scroll through the text. Oh.
Yeah,
but
my legs are like, because of the way I have to sit with a tray under the chair, I'm just like, oh my God, this is not comfortable. Please hurry.
So according to Happy Babbity, I was supposed to have that chapter recorded 3 weeks ago. I found a potato!
You found a potato.
Oh, I lost some health, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
right.
no.
Okay, so I just made a new mount. So my desert panda is back. But so I need to decide who I'm going to work on next for the sand with the potato. Do I do a wolf, a fox, a lion? Oh, hey, I can make a shade lion.
Oh, make it a lion.
Yeah, fox, tiger, flying pig, dragon, cactus, or bear. No, I don't need to do bear. I already have bear. Who should I do?
Night, Snazzy. I vote fox.
You vote fox?
I do.
Fox it is. Come here, little fox.
Why?
Fox. Desert Fox really likes the potato. I have 7 tiger eggs and 6 dragon eggs and 6 base potions. Like, stop. 5 zombie potions. All I need lion eggs, and I need
tigers and bears.
I don't even need that. No, I do need 1 lion egg, and I need a golden potion and cotton candy potions. That's what I need. Everything else done.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Terry's home. Oh, how nice. I have all the like all of the whatchamacallers, the pets unlocked. So now I just have to get them all up to mounts and then re-unlock them as pets.
But then what happens? And we finish.
Then we pray that they give us more potions that are different.
That we don't have to pay for? They'll never do that.
I know. It'll be fun while it lasts.
Yeah. Cool. Woo! I feel good that I got the chapter done because that's officially over the halfway point as well. We're on page now 231. Next chapter is chapter 10. Hoopa what now?
Hoopa what?
I hope you guys did enjoy listening to how I record this. It's kind of weird. I understand.
That's fun.
Especially trying to... I did not plan out Taliba's accent, and now I think I'm just, like, doing whatever. She kept becoming Russian, and I'm like, no, she's not Russian. It's like she has a very light accent.
That's fine.
Very light. And I don't know how to do that, apparently. It just becomes Russian if I'm thinking light.
Willow, your dad's home. Drew, dad's home. Does anybody care that dad's home?
Ooh, Divine Fox learned about stability control.
Stability control?
What is stability control?
For what? For drawings? Is that a thing? Why must he be a desk dog? Why? You are too big for a desk dog.
I have to get up early tomorrow, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I think 4 hours is good, and we both got things done.
We just did that hour sprint. So, yeah, my plasma donation tomorrow, very early.
Ooh, he's under my wheels. I cannot move. Come here. Trey, go get him. Come here.
I just popped my shoulder.
Nina!
You're so late!
Trey, get him. Go get him. Go get him.
Come here, bud.
I hear a thumping of a tail.
Yeah. There's a tail. There's hugs. There's just a pretty tall girl who's young. Like, hi, Dad. I'm glad you're home. Yeah. You ready for bedtime? Trey, you get.
He's wagging his tail.
I know. He's just whacking the desk, and he won't get up. But I can't move my chair because the wheels, and he is wrapped around them.
No reason.
You're stuck.
So I'm stuck.
Hey, boy. You gonna come here? You gonna come say hi?
He's gonna have to move before I move. Are you streaming Sunday?
Yes, Sunday is the 10K day.
Oh.
You just had a 6-hour nap. Nina, we're about to end stream, but if you want entertainment, the last hour sprint we just did, I live recorded the next chapter of Memory of the Hoopaway, and I messed up a lot, and it's funny. There you go.
Yeah, it's great. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Watch time.
But, yeah, I have to be out of the house at, like, 8 a.m.
Oh, yeah, you need to go bed.
So.
Buddy, yeah.
Mm.
So, yeah, 4 hours.
Tomorrow, Independent Bookstore Day, people! I probably won't have as intense a time because I'm meeting my sister all the way up north. So I probably won't be able to go to as many places as I want to. But we're definitely going to one at least. And I'll see how I feel about it. So cool. But definitely Sunday, 10K day. I'm going to probably end up writing Ogre and Bookworm because that's the vibe.
That's the vibe.
That's the vibe.
Cool. I work till 6.
Awesome.
So unless
we'll
you're
probably be done.
Long
Yeah. Because then I'm joining Brooklyn for the Twilight watch along thing. So that's usually 8 o'clock my time. But it's super fun and hilarious. So we're all going to bash how bad the wigs are.
We'll see how it works out.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to say hi. We'll see. But have a lovely night, everybody. Links in description for all the fun things.